Yep, we're good. Hello. What's good? You're about to find out in 5 minutes because I've been posting about it all day inside the posts. To which edge I am currently setting it up. Why is Discord all laggy now? Jesus Christ. It's bad. Here we go. Presentation. Out job hunting? I know. So, the worst has come to pass, I take it? That's unfortunate, but it's okay. You're gonna get back on that horse again. You're gonna get back on that sacred again, Struggle. Don't you fucking worry. Don't you fucking worry. And good job, Just a Girl. Proud of you. See, the both of you are both in the situation doing the shit you gotta do. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. It is what it is. Anywho. Lagging like a motherfucker. Why is it lagging like a motherfucker? Shouldn't be lagging like a motherfucker. Cause that is a problem for everyone. Now I go there, I'm gonna take this media post. It is what it is, Struggler. It is what it is. the stream should get go. Jesus Christ, every single video feed is lagging. Holy. It's actually making it hard to navigate my tabs. I have no idea what's doing that. All right. You're leaving some way. This, you fucked anyways. You're sending out your resume before that on interview number 8 tomorrow. Cool. Can make complete sense, Just a Girl, because people do not quit companies and jobs, they quit managers, and damn, I can't believe your district would fucking do that shit to you. At one point in time, while I was still job hunting, I did try to apply for that position in a Dollar Tree, and it's like, damn, how hard would this be? And when I saw the kind of fucking rigmarole shit that they had people jumping through, it's like, well, damn. All right then, good luck. Do your best, try hard, and still get fucked over. It's crazy. Alright. We're going to start an online lobby for now. And we're about to get underway with the Magic Boys. Just making sure I have my one exact file open here on the side. Do I have my one exact thing open here on the side? No, I don't. Now I do. Alright. Roll this out. That should be good. Yeah. Keep it center frame. Good. Alright. Let's get underway. Because fortunately, you don't even have to fucking walk around to go do it. You can just jump in directly into it. Make sure everything I have is in the right places, in the right order. Got the meal before I went to sleep. Not to bed, not have shit. He does indeed have shit. Into my pocket. Good there. Alright. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to my guide, breakdown for Great Sword, Hunting Horn, and Insect Glaive. This is going to be the first of a series of 3 guides. This one focusing on more fundamental gameplay loops than necessarily the overall functions of the game at whole. Because I was not able to actually successfully complete recording it in the way that I had done, and there were multiple mistakes, we are doing it over again today. And because I am doing it over again, I have opened up the voice chat for the purposes of people to be able to come in to the lobby, and after each section, focusing on the weapon in choice and its tactics, its terminology, and its breakdowns, to answer frequently asked questions and take Q&A, before moving to the next section and then opening it up again at the end of the presentation for multiple people to be able to get their opinions in and understand what is going on, reasons why, literally all of the necessary science behind it. Now, for those that can be able to do so, you can be able to find said link on the tweet that was just posted. And for those that are currently here and that you're hearing my voice both on YouTube, Twitch, and on Twitter, you can be able to find it here in the chat at this link posted right now. The screen would stop lagging. The screen is still lagging. Oh boy. I love when my game suddenly makes all the windows stop functioning entirely. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. It's so crazy. 1 second. Here we go. The way that this lobby works is that when you are inside the lobby, you will not have the ability to speak until we are able to move you into the audience. If you have absolutely no idea how to be able to use this feature and tool on Discord, do not worry. All you need to do is click the button that says to raise your hand, and then once it is time to answer questions, try to hold on to those questions until then, because we have a lot of things to cover. And, just like I will in each section, I cannot take every single question in between things. You gotta make sure you grasp this, and grasping starts with the fundamental basics. So, without further ado, let us begin, and here we fucking go. Switching over to the screen side now. What you need to know, and what you need to do concerning Monster Hunter, is you have to learn, especially for those of you who are new, what the game asks of you and expects you to give to it, and vice versa. For this guide, we are going to assume that you are a new player, and you know absolutely nothing about the game, absolutely nothing about Monster Hunter, and are simply jumping in. You started the game, you downloaded it, you got your ass whooped, you weren't really paying attention to the story, you ain't got no idea what the fuck is going on. What do? Do not worry, I am Carl, I am here for you, for we shall show you what you gotta do. Let's set our setting strengths on a level 4 monster, which is the break point between low rank and high rank, and let us go. Let us start off with the most basic butter and bread of the game's fight loops. The Greatsword. Throw away! First off, anything you think you know about Monster Hunter. The game loop, as you know it, has been fundamentally changed by a single concept. One which I am about to demonstrate for you now. In this game, we as players, depending on the weapons in question, of which the 3 weapons covered today will be involving it, we have access to an all-new form of combat, which is active, high pressure, aggressive, and while your old style of playing still exists, it calls for you to better understand the formulation of it as it exists, as I just showed you. And what that is the hunting fundamentals of your weapon, and, if I can find it, because it just apparently just disappeared, or it doesn't have one for this one, your weapon and its ability to function with offsets. It's probably in here. A little bit in here. Alongside mounting and jumping attacks and your knives and your braces and your mounts, as well as new special actions, as well as power clashes, you now have the offset attack. To understand this new formulative combat system, you need to visualize this as something that requires you to actually have more knowledge about what you're doing in the mission and in the hunt, as well as how you actually apply it. What that actually looks like is it looks like this. These lines represent you as the player and the monster on 2 separate attack lines. The way that attacks have always functioned inside of Monster Hunter, assuming that your skill and your weapon has a way to interact with it or to counter it, is that you make an action, and the monster makes an action. You try to fight the enemy, you position yourself so that your actions don't get interrupted, and you play around how the monster's attack window works. This is called attack timing. So, If the time it takes for your attack to function, as you can see here, is going to be at the start or cutting too close to the action window of the monster, if you both attack on the same frame, but it dead angles you, you're getting hit. If you attack on the same frame as the monster, and you are not able to recover in time in order to be able to block, you're getting hit. Simple as, straightforward as. This kind of gameplay loop still exists in the game, but now we have the ability to offset, to power clash, and when the monster is capable of doing it, to grapple you. And this active gameplay requires you to now not only be prepared, but to be expectant of it. So, these squares represent something that is offsettable, and this square represents something that could get you grappled by the monster. If you put out an attack that is considered an offset, and you offset anything in that attack timing, no matter what the hurt box looks like, if it's a single attack that can be offset on a single frame, it'd be these lines. If it is an entire attack that is a digging attack, meaning it has a constantly active hurt box, especially if the monster seeks you out, like a homing missile. Raise your hand if you've been hunted down by a Yeon Cut Clue, and it constantly chases after you, like a heat-seeking missile. If that attack is incoming to you, and you look to be able to guard it, and to offset it, you can interrupt it, thus stopping the enemy's action entirely. In theory. More on that later. Stopping the attack in time, and thus giving you the opening window where now all of your attacks and any other following attack can be +1 to +nth to the nth degree for as long as the monster is in a recovery state. What does that look like? What that looks like, especially you greatsword users, when that monster is going to hit you, I want you to learn not to try and roll. I want you to learn to guard. It is simple. It is easy. I'm doing it while staring at the camera right now. Every single thing that you can do in this game, when you are on this weapon, is all about owning the space. Do not get knocked back by the enemy. Learn in which you can find openings, because if you can guard it, you can be able to play into it. If you can be able to perfect guard it, you can almost certainly nullify it. If you can offset it, you now get the opening to follow up on it. Now, the weapon that I currently am equipped with is a sleep weapon. We'll talk more about that when we start talking about how to use your charge attacks. But understand that the fundamental basic of every single weapon is all about you understanding what your weapon wants of you and how you're going to make your weapon perform. If you do not understand what your weapon does, then you do not understand how you can fight. Understand this. These are your weapons. There are many kits and there are many playstyles, many decoration setups, and many pieces of everything you have. But this one is yours. And you, greatsword user, need to not be baited by the temptations to do things that you saw as content traps, because they are nude traps. You will not be able to learn how to fight if you are constantly running. And I believe you me, I know there are multiple monsters that are unfair for you to attack. Hold your questions until the end of the section. Jump into the VC so that you may ask your questions. Link has been posted on YouTube, Yan. It is very tempting for you to try and constantly dance around the monster, not looking for your openings and not committing to your charge windows. But you need to understand that if you want to find an opening, you need to make an opening. Now, greatsword users, we will do something that most of you did not do, and as I've discussed with multiple people, they have tried to avoid doing, and we're going to open our command window, and we're going to look at what our weapons do. Starting off with the overhead slash. You'll notice as you look through each of these that there is a nice pretty picture that gets put alongside your content. You can now see what the weapon is going to do. You have a picture, if it ever loads, you have a picture that goes alongside with the video that shows you what it looks like when you properly perform the attack. You've got yourself your overhead, your Y combo, finally it loaded. You got your Y combo, where after every touch of overhead slash, you get the ability to follow up with another slash, leading up to the all-known and all-true target slash with its double hit mechanics. In the middle of this, you also have the ability to attack with a weapon and then cancel it using your Y. That means when this monster is going to attack you, and you see a reason for yourself to move, especially considering you can also access it off of a dash, you're going to learn to time it, because I will be you. Instead, I want you to learn to tackle that motherfucker. You see the attack coming? Tackle that motherfucker. You can't get the charge in. Tackle the motherfucker. Why do we want to tackle? It's because it neutralizes what the enemy is going to do to you. Not only do you have the ability to cancel, but you can tank through it. You will sometimes take reduced damage. You'll not just be able to nullify the damage outright, unless you are perfect guarding. Or you're able to stagger the enemy with the oncoming hit of that attack. But you're going to learn to play into it, to create the openings that you need. Following with that, you have your wide, your rising, and your offset rising, and your guard, and the new feature out of these 4 things. So, adding on the 5th one, being your basic bread and butter combat that you've learned ever since you started playing Monster Hunter. You also have the offset, you have the power clash and perfect guarding, you have the focus slash, and you have your weapon fundamentals. The focus slash is a new system that has been added on with another effect, which is the wound system. No longer do we mount the enemy by jumping onto its back by using clutch claws, if you're familiar to the system from World. Instead now, you need to dismount on the Desert Chocobo, otherwise known as your secret. I usually end up calling it the horse, because it is a horse with extra steps. You are meant to mount the enemy by being able to get onto them, by using your dismount attacks, or attacking from a height, or any attack that would give you the ability to mount the monster. And alongside that system, it has removed the old function of applying wounds to the enemy to make it easier to break their parts by the form of adding the focus system. For the focus system of the sword, you get the ability to perforate by hitting that weak point on the monster, elevated by the image of a red glowing zone when you're holding down the focus window, which is your left trigger. You have the ability to hit the monster's wound and or weak point and land multiple hits, dealing massive damage. If you choose to resolve the attack early, you can hit R button again to be able to finish the attack early and then follow up into any additionals. Not only does guard have additional follow-ups, which is the power clash, the offset also has additional triggers, as you can see here. After it, you have the ability to use a follow-up clash and go into a strong or a strong wide. Both options give you the ability to set up for a true. Why care about it, you might ask? It is because it gives you access to the true slash. What would you rather do? Slowly work through the charge combo, even having used the tackle offset, and then occasionally maybe tackle through the attack and get out the true this way? Or would you rather be able to, off of an offset, do something a little, I don't know, like this? Oh, look at that. I put him to sleep. But I'm too close. Wait a second. Yes, sir. That is correct. Not only, if you are familiar with your tech, can you be able to sleep a monster with your attacks,
as you have always been able to as a great sword user,
but you have the ability through the focus mode to move around and re-aim in combat. No longer do you have no ability to say, oh no, my attack, I'm not in the right angle, I won't be able to hit, I can't turn. Look at the sheer difference. Watch the difference of this. I'm gonna start this in the right position. That was almost a full 90-degree turn. Now I'm gonna start with my back facing the monster. 180-degree turn. Never fail your wake up again. You are the most important bread and butter of this game system because you have priority on wake up over everyone except for Hammer and occasionally Charge Blade / Switch Axe. You should never, ever, 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 ever miss a true charge again in your life. That is how important the focus system is. If you never pop a wound, you better not be able to hit your attacks. I'm talking the ability to start it from an angle where if the camera is not good for you, turn into a motherfucker. Turn into them! And put them on their back. Now, let's go into what we can do off of our blocks. Off your blocks, you have the ability to set yourself up. And of course, still work off that charge tech. just off the offset and or block. Immediately use this to set yourself up. That was a little bit too slow. But use this immediately to set yourself up. If you choose to go for the strong, you can hold that true. In this case, I couldn't be able to do that because I used the prompt until I was able to dash. But you can still be able to set yourself up for success. Set yourself up to go into your attack targets. You can charge the offset. Go into the wide. Start charging the true if it ever comes off soon enough. And then go into your tackle cycle. And in the case where you think that you don't have the time to hit it, when it pulls you into the follow-up cross, you can simply be able to let it pass you and not go up into the follow-up. Now, off of certain cases of guards, what will happen when you do this enough times with a monster is you will initiate what is known as the power struggle, which is the power clash. It is a quick time event, where offset is something that you do to the monster, thus negating their attack. The power clash is the true form of the QTE where you and the monster are committing Ashura's Wrath against each other. Mash that button, and you will put the monster in a state of interrupt, where they will be reset from their combo, and you will have the window in which to set yourself up in what you will get rewarded with after an offset, which is the same thing, the opportunity to usually go into a true. Now, in most cases, using the offset gives you true, not strong. But in this case, it is giving you strong. So when you hit that attack, and you follow up, you can choose what you do next, which is attack or block. And then from there, continue the combo as such. And as for struggles, where you are being held by the monster, that is the monster grappling you and holding you victimized for their follow-up that comes after, you'll be put into a state of hold, where you either interrupt by attacking them with your knife, or by being able to shoot a slinger shot in their face. That is all you need to know about how that functions, but let's talk about how you get the most out of it. In front of you on the screen, you can clearly see what they give you as your suggested combo loops. Your true charge slash, your forward lunging attack combo of tackle into leaping wide, as well as your stationary combo of opening with a side cut into a offset rising, into another B, and then into another YB. The reason they chose to make the offset rising slash into this function is this is replacing your old form of your overhead slash. I would say it is a choice to use. Certainly, be able to throw out any attack you want with no level of charge. If you're talking damage and how much they perform for you, it's by no means weak, especially if you are end up hitting crits like I just did. And going this way, even into a half measure true charge, is not meaningless DPS. But I want you to focus about trying to maximize the opening and window. Because since we are a class that has the ability to guard, this means you are a sword and board class. Period. 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 There is nothing that should be stopping you from being able to look to guard a monster, offset a monster, or attempt to take a monster from the top, Kappa, and attempt to mount them. As for your mounting attacks, we have two options. You have the jumping charge, which can result in a mount, and you have the leaping plunge. Both have their tools, because with the leaping plunge, you can immediately go into a guard. Use a sacred jump here again. And off of a jumping charge, you can go into the wide, into the true, and still do the exact same cycle tech. These are going to be your go-tos with your dismount. And I've already talked about how when using your sleep swords or any other type of setup, you give yourself the opportunity to do any kind of follow-up you want without even needing to bring a piece of tech or slinger ammunition into the play. The entire goal of the Greatsword is that you want to maximize your windows. Yes, you're still going to be playing a bit, even in solo combat, on the outskirts of a fight, because you want to be able to get around the opening windows that are not going to be nice to you, and look for the windows that are nice for you. Now, the attack speed of this arm is about the attack window of Catacabra. And yes, even though you're a Greatsword, I understand you want to get off maximum value and hit the full hit, but here's some things that you need to understand. Of your weapon, specifically your weapon in the Greatsword, The greatsword has something other weapons will not have, which is that you get a meaty offset. Most other offsets, especially when we get to the glaive, their offsets are time restricted. You have so much time with this offset to be able to hit this, because it's about whether or not you make connection with the weapon. You see how I threw that attack out, but by the time the arm aperture actually made connection with it, it counted as an offset. This is what allows you to start playing to be predictive and reactive on the monster. It can be as short, it can be as late, it can be as early. And that is why I drew those lines in this way. Your weapon, unlike other offsets, such as this line here, where it's gotta be precise. Greatsword users, you win! You get to delay! You get time! You get set up! So there again is no excuse to drop the opportunity unless you are being pressured by more than one monster, or you are just taking some time in familiar or were not prepared to respond to the attack, which will happen more often than not. There are times where you're going to get knocked out, and you're going to get knocked off target and knocked out of sequence. You just got to be able to find your center. And the center starts with the same thing I opened this with. If all else fails, guard. If all else fails, guard. And the reason why is because of the skill you keep seeing activate there. We are a class that has the ability to guard, which means we have access to be able to use the nice, handy-dandy jewel that most of you should get used to, which is offense guard. Free damage by already doing things we were planning to do. While I said that we're not going to be focusing on things like decoration optimization, this is something that does need to be called out. Getting free damage for things that you were already going to do. And getting free damage for sneaking up into a monster and putting one right in the kneecaps. These are things that cannot be ignored. Yes, you're going to have your weakness exploit, you're going to have your part breakers, your maximum mites, your agitators, but you need to master the fundamentals of your action, because we are talking the payout of you having actual character action economy. If you learn nothing else from this section, I want you to understand that you can play as defensive as you want, and you can play as aggressive as you want. Because all you need to do is learn to read this monster like a book, and read them to filth! Chapter, glossary, prelude, afterword. The monster is a library, and I want you to read that motherfucker like her name is Alexandria, and she's a goth girl with big titties! Alright. Any questions? Any questions? I'll take questions from those that are both in the VC as well as in the chat room. Now, reading back on that. Because I think I saw exactly one, if my screen will cooperate with me. My screen is in fact not cooperating with me. I love lag. I love when my shit lags. It's still lagging. Computer, please. Let me change tabs. This is weird. Wasn't doing this last night. Anyways. Looking back at Ian's question, is that like a boop from Dauntless, where if I heavy attack at the right moment, the monster gets stunned? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Something that I cannot be able to demonstrate here in front of you in real time is that sometimes there are going to be offsets, there are going to be perfect guards, and there are going to be interactions with interactables in the environment that unless they work exactly as they should be and as intended, they just decide that you're not going to get the payoff of the attack whatsoever. The monster is going to tank through what you do to them, and something that should have definitely put them on their ass suddenly means that you are not getting the maximum benefit that you should have. They are not in the state of stagger, they're not in the state of stun, they're not in the state of knockdown, and in that state of knockdown, or lack thereof, you're now getting punished by the fact that you can't attack the monster the way that you intended. Doesn't seem to be that on the back end. So, are there any other questions somebody wants to ask? Going once. Going twice. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Wonderful. Moving forward. Let's now change over to the hunting horn. We're going to keep this the exact same, because the hunting horn is a little bit more on hand. And it depends entirely on the type of horn that you have. But let's go over our fundamental basics. For our hunting horn, you have 3 different types of attacks that you play on your particular notes. Note 1 is Y, Note 2 is B, Note 3 is Y and B together. And each of these, character action. So you have to know how to play the weapon in order for you to truly land your combos. And with your hunting horn system, your gameplay is the most important gameplay, second to the most important gameplay, that is the gameplay of everyone else, which is you playing the battle dance. What I mean by that is doing this is not you playing the game, okay? This is not playing the game. Why is that not playing the game? I'm going to hit this button. What didn't I have the ability to do, chat? I didn't have the ability to play multiple songs. There are certain weapons that, in certain cases, this is not gameplay. But, depending on how you do it, this is gameplay. Can anybody particularly be able to tell me why this is gameplay? The obvious answer will shock you. It is because instead of you sitting on a single passive combo, you have to play multiple parts of a combo. Unlike other weapons, the hunting horn is a weapon that must be rewarded through activity. Active gameplay. Not sitting on the same combo. Not doing the exact same input exactly over and over again. Is the actual way to play. You have the hardest lesson out of all the players that could play a weapon. You have to learn how to do it while also being aware of how you get punished for not doing it. So, as you can see here, you have your notes. You're at your first note, you've got your second note, and you've got your third note. When you play note 1, and you play with forward, it goes into a hammer smack. When you play with the note pushing forward, with B, you play a double flourish. The feature of this flourish is that it not only does 2 attacks playing from the left, whereas, well actually it's playing from the right, while attack 1 plays from the left, or straight forward with the button press, because it is directional, and most of the time, you're going to find yourself pressing forward, just like all the other weapons. The flourish note can be played twice, for 2 note plays. Not only can it be played twice for 2 note plays, but you can play different notes on the note, if you input them as such. This means, playing note 1 gives you the ability to get out a fast attack, and playing note 2 gives you the ability to throw out 2 notes at once. What about note 3? This gives you the backslash, or as it's properly called inside of the note to make sure I'm telling you the correct call of the attack, the backward strike, which then also includes its forward component, which is the overhead smash. And then, in between any part of a half step of a combo, because this is notation, you're learning to be a musician now. On the notation of any step which there is a half input, where you already put an attack, you can stick in a help stab. And it is all directional based. That flip I just did was intentional. Playing the note on the forward note, then turning around quickly, turning around and hitting the side note, then following that with a stab, is something you're going to learn how to actively do. When I said character action, I was not playing. You are playing Devil May Cry right now. Your ability to play and be able to win is based on how you play this. Now the overhead sand, that is a note But just like the flourish, they have benefited us. You can play a second follow-up note. Notice that when I put out this note, it follows the same rules as flourish. Unless, in your follow-up, you input the overhead smash follow-up attack. Or as we like to call it, the forward lean! We go for the spleen! Hey, tell them what you mean! So when you follow up this overhead, it follows up with a one-note play. Preferably, because you are using a mace. It is technically the two-handed hammer. You are going to try and play this towards playing on the person's head. Now, let's make sense of our note scale, shall we? On every single weapon, there is going to be a song. And on that song, or rather I should say song notebook. On that song notebook, it will tell you both your notes, your echo bubble effect, more on that in a second, as well as your note chart. Your note chart is the songs your weapon can play. As you can clearly see here on the Jin Dahong, even though it's technically very hard to make sense of, read the notes from the top with the effect on the bottom. Every single horn has self-improvement off of your white or your purple note. Then you have different types of parative notes that they go with, and each of these have different outcomes, and they have different notes on each horn. Every single horn is different. And yes, for those that are wondering if they're at the Ardian level, that also includes the Ardian horns. We'll talk about no earplug versus earplug in a second, but let's instead talk about what that looks like when we're playing different types of hammers. Each hunting horn, being as it is unique, will tell you, when you are looking at it inside of your equipment info, what your notes are and what is the echo bubble effect that it is paired with. To that edge, my screen, wonderful. That setup, to that edge, when you are watching them, very much requires you to understand what you want from the weapon and what you're building it for. So, when you select your weapons, you need to not only understand its echo bubble effects and its notes, but what the notes actually do. So, Ardian Sounder here is not the same as the Ardian Sounder here. And the notes on each horn will be different for what they do. Any horn that is considered lower level will have a white note, such as this note here on the Nihil chord. Any note that is considered high rank will have purple notes on its note scale for note 1. Might sound like Greek, but all I'm literally saying to you is, look at what the horn does, look at what the echo bubble does, look at what the songs offer to you. There is no such thing as a support class in this game. Yes, you can be able to support players, but the way you support players is by literally beating the enemy's face in. To demonstrate, I'm going to pull out this Ardian Sounder Paralysis horn. When you have your note out, you need to consider that every time you open this weapon, think as if you have no buffs. So, to play a horn correctly, what is the idea of what you want to do? What you want to do is you do not want to sit here spamming Note 1 and Note 2 Flourish constantly, and then Hilt Stab, which can be played by being able to hold the button backwards, since the actual character action is contextual. This is just for considerable note's sake, because this does indeed work when you're doing things such as backward strike, and because of its constant notation, that can be used to access things such as overhead. So, if you want to be able to do something like this, you can. But, more often than not, you're actually going to want to be able to do something like this. And on these notations, you will have to put in the song differently, because for overhead slam, for whatever reason, overhead slam and overhead smash are the only few ones where you have to contextually push it around your input. And when you learn how to do this well, you're going to be able to put in different songs and loop those songs in a way that work out to your benefit. Now, how should you treat the weapon system? In general, the old way of performing still exists, as does performance stances. I always suggest that when you're using the horn, be in focus mode. You are going to want to think about spacing. You, just like the hunting horn, just like the greatsword, you are going to be playing to control space. Because notice that I did not cover what you can do off of focus strikes. That is a change from last night that we're going to go over when we get there. Because I'm going to need a live monster in order to demonstrate those on. But you, like the greatsword, are a person that exists to do something, and that is to take space. Not only take space, but also control space. Now, any hunting horn cannot be able to control space if it does not have its full buffs. At the very minimum, this means having access to self-improvement. So, when you enter combat and your horn is out in your hands, and all of these songs are white, we are racists out here. You need to get these songs colored in. Songs for all, songs forever. The best way in which to do this is you need to think about putting in the song that you need most effectively immediately. So, let's put in 3 song loads. That reflected. By putting in those songs, I just inputted Divine Protection, Status Up, and Self-Improvement. Did it look swanky? Did it look clean? Not really. No. It rarely ever will. But there are levels to this. And I will show you, right after we learn about our new system. That right there is one of the newest tools and features of the hunting horn, which is best used in focus, because it still allows movement, in the form of the performance beat. Because you no longer have to be forced in this way to play your notes. As such, it should not give you the ability to set yourself up for success. Because there is still the old quick play from the upward horn position, as well as the encore, which has been simplified for a double YB or RT performance. But you now have the performance beat, where it does not matter what song you are putting in. Oof. Don't know why that didn't become a stab. It does not matter what song you are putting in. For demonstration's purposes, I'm going to put in self-improvement. When it comes time for you to attack the enemy, as you still do have your directional inputs, your directional input from the side of either direction will give you a directional side input. Any directional input from the back will still give you the retreating input. And any input that is not put in from the neutral position will result in you playing a performance beat note if you're not playing it off a kickflip, as I call it. And in this performance system, with your particular weapon, even if you play it off of this note, any follow-up attack when the horn flashes gives you the ability to play a performance beat encore. You can end the combo at any point in time, as you wish, because all you need to do is simply end it early by taking advantage of the step note. It can be done to a 2-note play, where note here denotes the amount of songs that you have actually prepared to be played. Or, for your special performance, which is listed inside of your notes. Wrong button. Right here. Question mark? Should be in the tip list. Yes. For your performances and your echo bubbles. And deeper inside of weapon controls. Here. Your professional performance will have differing tools based on what type of horn the special performance will produce. Now, for the horn type that I have demonstrated here, and I think is the case for certain types of Ardian sounders, should you craft them with the build-a-weapon system, almost all of them will have some formulation of offset, resounding melody, and melody of life. We will be going over offset melody and resounding melody as the focus of this guide. I will not be covering melody of life because it is literally just a healing effect. It is the most supporting a support horn can become. Most horns will be classified as one of those. So, for this Ardian Sounder 1, this is what I would say is a half and half. It has songs to be played on that will help you, and it has songs to be played on that will help your team. However, in terms of just gameplay-wise, assuming you're playing alone, this horn has most of the stuff that you would ever want to ask for a weapon to have. However, let's get a little bit more aggressive with our choices and use something that would be more considered the standard usage. On this horn, you can see that alongside self-improvement, we also have stamina use, defense up, all wind pressure negate, attack and defense up, as well as our echo bubble, or rather our echo wave, our echo wave combination, and our special performance combination, which is offset melody. Now, let's talk about the offset melody. You, just like the Greatsword, have one of the better staggering states that could be applied for your weapon in existence in real time. It is a bit shitty and a bit sucky when you get down to the end state of it, but your ability to play off of your weapon is completely dictated and made sensible by what you are allowing yourself to do based off of how the weapon itself works in time with everything else you have going on. So, if you try to play an offset melody, one of the benefits that you have, just like the Greatsword users, is that you can be able to delay this attack. So you can sit here, waiting for the opportunity, and use it when you see it coming. But here's one of the downsides. You need to load it. Every time. This is the case for all special performances. This is why the horn is not a passive horn. It is an active horn. That's when I said that this is not gameplay, is because even if I was to sit here mashing B for the quote optimal best use of attacks that will let me hit, let me crit, and usually knock a monster out, that's why I said this is not gameplay. Because while you're putting damage on the monster, you're not preparing your songs, and you're also not putting in the notes necessary for your special performance. Now, how do you manage to do that on your weapons? How do you manage to be able to do that with your tools? And how do you manage to set yourself up for success based on what you are doing with how your weapons work? What you end up doing here is that you're going to have to master and understand how to read your note notations. You're going to notice here that there are several notes on the board that where one song ends with a note, it begins with that note. Eagle-eyed users know exactly what I'm about to suggest. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to learn how to use your damage and how to use your attack in a way where what you are doing, gotta flip this up, where what you are doing is providing you the opportunity upon which you counter their attack and how you beat the enemy, need you to learn how to input those attacks in such a way where the ending of one song's play is the beginning of another song's play. So, by inputting stamina reduced, I now have the ability to follow up by either playing defensive up or stamina reduced L from the middle note that I just had. This blue note can now lead into a song play for all wind pressure. And from the last note of all pressure negated, I can now play into Echo Wave Slash. And off Echo Wave Slash, I can now play into the offset melody. To master doing this means that you have to use your brain. Yes, you will be looking over at your skills frequently and constantly. Because one of the things that your songs do for you, as you will be able to see, because if you are unsure about what a song does, it is inside of your weapon properties. All of these effects that you can have in your horn have a benefit for you, and you have to learn to master them. So, starting off with our melody effects. Self-improvement increases your movement speed, and can help you then raise your attack power and prevent your attacks from being deflected. That means you have innate mind's eye. You're a blunt weapon after all. No bouncing for you. This is something that the Greatsword does not have. Wind pressure negated, all wind pressure negated. Means anything that would blow you back and put you in a stagger state, you negate. Same with stun, same with paralysis. Earplugs S and L means that for weak roars and for loud roars, you will be able to perform as though you are using earplugs 2 and 3. With earplugs 3, it's going to feel a little bit better than earplugs 2. Tremors negated. This is for your ground attacks. Knockback negated. Your ground attacks. Environmental damage. Lava, spiked terrain, thorn bushes, as well as prevention of damage from intense heat or cold. This is going to be a problem for those of you who like to really spam your attacks, especially since it's going to drain your stamina. Aquatic oil and silt mobility. Preventing yourself from being slowed by deep water oil silt. This is very big if you fight inside of oil basin. This is very big if you are fighting inside of the forest. Never get slowed down by the river again. This is more relevant based on the areas you're fighting things in. You're not probably going to play this song very often, if ever, but if it's on your noteboard, play the fucking song. That's simple. Ailment negation. Nullifying all nail of defense. Meaning, oh no, we've been set on fire. No, you're not. Oh no, I've been stunned. No, you're not. Immediate cleanse, like using an item. Divine protection. This is in fact Divine Protection 3. Elemental attack boost. Status up. Blight neglection. Recovery speed. This is your self-recovery. Stamina use reduced. This is basically like stamina surge and constitution. Attack up and attack up large. Defense up and defense up large. Health recovery of all types, being that you are able to recover healing as you play the song. To demonstrate this one, I'm going to need one that has it, which was the horn I originally had. Back to the guy very quick. Fire resistance, water resistance, thunder resistance, ice resistance, dragon resistance, sonic barrier. Sonic barrier is an important song. Like earplugs, it gives you the ability to be able to nullify the importance of monster roars, but it also gives you the ability to nullify wind pressure, ground tremors, and monster roars. It is effectively a one-time use version versus all the other songs which have persistent effects. Once it gets used, the song goes on back onto active use cooldown, because it will no longer be applied. You'll see your text go from filled in with its double effect to it being not filled in. Attack and defense up, affinity and health recovery, antidote, health recovery, and antidote, sonic waves, extend all melodies, restore sharpness, and then echo wave. And then your Echo Bubble effects. Health regeneration, stamina, evasion, attack and affinity, defense and elemental resistance, and ailment and blight. Let's now go over those. You will notice that on your Fortissimo bar, you will notice on your Fortissimo bar that there are 3 little bubbles next to the symbol of the tuning fork. This is the replacement of the Echo Wave system. No longer can you spin chain a 5-note play of attack damage onto the enemy's head. Instead now, you get the Echo Bubble. When you play the Echo Bubble, it will do an echo of damage and place an effect on the ground. What this does, as I will now step out of the circle and show you, means that every time you play this horn, you will put out an echo of damage. What does that look like when you're actually hitting the monster? It means you're getting an extra echoing effect of damage on top of your attacks that help you then be able to punish the monster. Echo Bubbles last for 90 seconds from when they are played to when they expire, and they recharge their effect in 30 seconds. Meaning you have a bubble that will be on the ground for a minute and 30 seconds and will recover itself in half that time. I think it's actually, half that time. Which means you have the ability to, at best, if you play all of them quickly, about a minute and some odd seconds of 3 bubbles echoing your DPS. And in case you were wondering, that's the way to put it. When it is played with an Echo Wave, it will repeat the damage effect of the song that is being echoed and played. Those of you that can see the vision understand that that means whenever you throw out an Echo Bubble, you get the ability of repeating your damage multiple times. So even though you might not hit the monster directly, they're still getting hit by an effect of an attack. And something else that you can do with the Echo Bubble note is you get to play notes during its use. 3 notes total. Now, for you all, I have to go over what Focus Attack does here, because this is probably the most important thing to the key rotation of the Hunting Horn. Us Hunting Horn players, and the way in which we create our wounds, do something with the wound system that the other classes, only comparable to the Insect Glaive, which is why I paired them together in this presentation, can do. When you use your wound attack, you have the ability to store notes as it's being played. And what this means is that when you hit this focus attack, to the beat of the play, you can tell if it's on beat because you will get the finishing effect here. Just follow the lines. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5. Playing on a BPM of, I would say, 130 BPM. On the staccato notes of 1.5 time, you have the ability to explode all wounds around you. So, let's wait for the middle one to come back. When you play this correctly, you have the ability to echo out and explode any wounds that are nearby to the wound that you have to play on. Have to wait for the middle one to come back. What this means is that for you, you are trying to brutalize the monster, not just kill the monster and put them in the dirt. You want to be able to attack them, see the openings. It's not doing it like it usually did. You will be able to see the opportunity, hit the notes, fight on the monster. It's not exploding. That's a new change. You'll be able to see the wounds on the monster, hit the wounds on the monster, and be able to pop them, like a balloon, for massive effect and damage. As it should say right here. Because of this system, whenever you are in combat, it makes it clear that your focus is to not only play your songs, but to play your songs well, and try to get all 5 notes used. So, for example, I'm going to try to play the notes of recovery speed into the notes of Thunderez. For some reason, I'm just not getting the final note play. That was bad timing. This is very difficult, mind you. This is probably the hardest tech that I can tell you about the hunting horn. But a little sense and a little recovery and a little mastery, you'll be able to learn how to use this to play your horn notes. And thus, you'll be able to start doing something like, let's pretend I walked into the combat. Something that looks a little bit closer, like this. Keep in mind, every special performance will play differently, and I will demonstrate using weapons of both. But when you enter the combat as a hunting horn, your gameplay should look something like this. Nope, I have no more echo bubbles. Haha. Assume that I played this off the echo bubble. And assume that I timed that correctly and hit the offset. Should look something like that. You are about looking not only for opportunities for setup, because you will be committing yourself to standing in place when you play the echo bubble. Your focus is to look for the opportunity for the setup and create a zone for you to control and play in. Not just so that you can attack the enemy, but so that you can be able to give effects to your other hunters. Since the notes will always save themselves based on when you last played them, it is now all about you looking at how your attack, whatever attack it is, whether it be flourish, or a turnaround overhead slash, into a turn forward overhead slam, into the follow-up, or even a note 1 left swing and a note 2 right swing, enables you to play the combination of songs possible for you to not only get out all of your necessary effects, the ones that aren't going to be colored in, but also be able to play the songs that you need to help your other hunters in the combat to prepare. Now, on this horn, this is best to demonstrate here, because on this horn, you see that I have an input that allows me to actually play a 1-note repeat that is easier than what the other horn offered for me. Health recovery is on a note repeat that just plays well with setting up from a forward slam into a health recovery loop. Where off of this, you can be able to play off of self-improvement into health recovery. And in cases like this, with songs like this, assuming the song is good for it, you can be able to use that cycle to give yourself that song as quickly as you can. You also have note effects such as this purple, yellow, green where using overhead slam, you can actually be able to use that hilt cycle to play that song more effectively. That's me fucking up. Now, if you feel comfortable with it, you can be able to spam the attacks. But you can literally be able to put this in and again play this like it is a character action game. Also that you can look towards the goal of being able to play your songs and work around the timing of what your song allows you to. Now in situations like this, it is going to be viable that you are able to dodge out of situations and dodge out of attacks and dodge out of damage. But if you're in the middle of playing something like the most important songs you need, preferably you're going to try to play those before you play anything else. So that when it comes time to play these notes, you're not only out of the way of the enemy's attack, which the performance speed allows you to do, you also have the chance to play your follow-up and deal with your wounds, but so that not only when you're attacking, but also when you're playing recovery notes, you're not just taking hits. It's so that you can also cancel and hit with the hunting horn. So when you're playing in combat like that, it's probably going to look something a little bit more like this. And that might be what your setup looks like. I have to wait for him to unstun himself. So that when you then look for the opening, to then start playing your performance speed, it can look something like that. Let's assume that the startup did not move so slowly that I was off tempo. Also that, when you're in the middle of your performance, you too can take advantage of your meaty offset for you to be able to do the most effective combination, which is the one that puts the monster on its ass. There is no such thing as optimal combo. There is only the combo that puts the enemy on his backside. You are in control of the notes you play. You control the notes you play. Whatever you think is the most important song at that moment is the most important song that you need to play. Let no one tell you differently. That is how it is meant to be done. Now, to transition, I will now show you what it looks like using a note with a resounding play, such as the bone horn. On these notes, the bone horn instead becomes a 5-hit combo rather than having the ability to offset. And no, I have tried. You cannot offset using the resounding horn. Meaning that if you play a horn and choose to play this play style, that means your horn is always an evasion tool. Now, instead of looking at the enemy about to attack you, it is all about you rolling out of the way and getting those notes off, and getting those horn plays, and getting those effects and attacks in. So, let's move from this self-improvement and demonstrate what that would look like. So, self-improvement. And you get hit, obviously. Versus playing your self-improvement and using an attack that does not have bad startup recovery. And now, when you go for your attack, it should look something more like this. You have the song didn't just disallow me from playing my performance beat to move. When you're attacking and moving with this, it should look something a little bit like this. You use that performance beat note to move out of the way. And then, once you are safe and you have finished your combo, and preferably when you're standing in the middle of an echo bubble field, of which the echo bubble effect will always be active for as long as you're standing in the zone. So with this performance and movement buff, you move out of the zone, you step back into the zone, and it's active. Move out of the zone, step back into the zone, it's active. When you're in the middle of preferably 3 fields of damage, and you let off the resounding melody, your attack will look something like this. An echoing that can go anywhere between 5 to 11 max hits of damage. Now it looks like it's a weak DPS, but that's because you need to be playing all your notes in effect, and really comboing like this. You preferably are going to stop thinking about attacking the enemy in a way. We're going to try to make a damage run, and instead think of it of you keeping up your note score, like you're playing a game of... For me, I was the person who got to play DJ Hero, but Rockstar, Guitar Hero, what's another one of those rhythm games people play that have brain rot? Osu. Your job is to keep hitting the monster and keep the combo coming as best as you possibly can while getting your songs out, so that you can then follow up your resounding medley after you have knocked the enemy out or down, to exploit them in that weakness state, to get off that resounding bubble damage as best as you can within the time of your frequency, and then set those bubbles back up and keep the fucking train going. You become a pain train and its conductor. Now, let's talk about no earplugs versus earplugs. On any horn, such as the bone horn, and in any setup that utilizes a horn that has no natural coverage from monster roars, you'll have to consider taking armor that does or does not have earplugs. Because much like the weapon set of anything that wants to stand in range of a monster, where they will be affected by the horn, or be affected by the roar, your hunting horn efficacy is going to be nullified if you're in the middle of outputting your damage, you are interrupted and thus have your combo stolen by an interruption effect. So, on a setup such as this, you are looking for horns that don't have EP, so that you can either fill it by having it covered, or by simply learning the tech of rolling through the roar to nullify its effect on you. No matter what you choose to do and how you choose to do it, playing with earplugs is a choice for those that want to keep active combat, and for those that don't necessarily care for the horn whatsoever. You use your horn as a true support weapon. What that looks like is that you'll look for a horn such as that as Metal Bagpipe, that may or may not have levels of Horn Maestro and Slugger, since you are a knockout weapon. And the way that you will apply using this horn in tandem with your secondary weapon, or as a secondary weapon in tandem with your main weapon, is you're going to learn to play your songs, the ones that are relevant, and get back into the combat. So, to demonstrate. As I play song combinations, that's not all of them. As I play the song combinations that are necessary for my horns for function, as you can still be able to delay and just get to the next song instantly without the horn speed, Watch what happens when I switch to my secondary weapon. Self-improvement falls off the weapon, and yet I retained all the buffs in the topside buff bar. So, great sword users, congratulations! You now have access to earplugs without needing to use a dual slot. Because now you can jump into combat and immediately get access to these buffs to apply them on the monster as though you had equipped the weapon. And another feature, one that you should have noticed as you've been seeing Maximum Might activate, as well as Offensive Guard activate, is that it tells you when the buff is going to dissipate. So you can tell when it'll be time to refresh your buffs on the bar when you choose to activate them. Meaning that, even in the general sense of horn play, should you choose to pair Great Sword Hunting Horn together, which is what I started with, you have the ability with a earplugs horn to enable you to benefit from those songs as well as earplugs while still playing with the nominal main style. And if you are someone that, rather than just using it to buff yourself, actively wants to get in with horn play with that weapon, that still exists. I would say it exists less depending on whether or not you're going to be using both weapons as an offset meter, because both of them, should you want to be able to play with them effectively, now becomes important for you to not only follow up with self-improvement, so that you can immediately get your movement online, but specifically, in tandem with you, playing with Echo Slash on Venom Beats, so that you can be able to avoid the enemy's damage, hop in, hop out, play the next song you need to re-up them for your bar, and jump right back into combat with the effects that you're used to playing with. Without use of a horn that does not have earplugs, while you can still choose to play it in tandem off of your other weapon to assist it, instead, playing with a horn that does not have earplugs implies that you are either going to bring the effect with you, because when you play with horns, the effect will dissipate when you de-equip the horn. That means when you're playing with weapons that have buffs, such as what is on my Jentahad weapon, you're going to end up being more about playing for the effect when you need it. So, let's say, all you want from the horn is the effect of the elemental attack boost, the resistance, and the recovery speed, as well as access to its divine protection. It means that you can now play it as a situational knockout weapon, and then set yourself up in this way that you can then be able to get back into combat with the skills active and still be able to perform with the weapon as a decent pairing for support skills. Because then, especially if you have Horn Maestro twice on your weapon, you'll be able to sustain those for longer and still benefit from the activity of your weapon's playstyle. All of this tandem work, meaning that no matter what type of horn you pair with that first weapon, that horn still has value depending on what songs you're taking into combat. And yes, if you choose to play with two types of horns, it means that you're bringing two types of songs with you, and thus two songbooks equals more opportunities. So let's say you like the effects that come on to something such as Resounding Melody Horn, and you want to take the attack up L and the defense up L and the sonic barrier, and you want to be able to pair it with the effects of Ardean Sounder 1, that is playing for no effect, and Ardean Sounder 2, that plays with paralysis, or any other named unique weapon. It means the sky is the limit. So if you want to pair your horn of Crazy Melody with the horn play of Valkyrie Chordmaker 1, you can. If you want to take your tried and true Earplugs S and pair it with the effects of Glass Royale, you can. And if you want to be able to take the special performance of Offset Melody alongside the special performance of Resounding Melody and all the other songs in the songbook, you can. And now you're mixing and matching and you're mixing and making to be able to give yourself all of the effects that you need and want alongside songs to assist you and your team. Before we move on to this section, anybody have any comments, questions, or concerns that they would like to jump in with? Hopefully the chat is less jumpy now and I can actually be able to tune in. Yes, I can. Does anybody else have questions about any particular thing here that may have been too complex to understand with horn playing in tandem with the skills or your play style? Any questions whatsoever? Questions going once? Questions going twice? Speak now or forever hold your peace? Okay. Put on your thinking caps for this one. We're getting into the Insect Glaive. For this, as I did say, that it is expected and it is understood that you are going to get into the game without having any, quote, optimal material. At the very least, for this section, I am going to play as though you have Power Prolonger 3. Even if you just put on Power Prolonger 2, that is good enough. Preferably, you want Power Prolonger because this is going to affect directly your way of using your cycle in combat, because it will actually affect for how long the duration of your weapon is powered for. It is that big of a change. It is also expectant that you will learn to optimize for your coverage of your skills, because on this weapon, much like with the hunting horn, it actually does come with a form of earplugs, as we will read. At minimum, this means that you should have earplugs 1 at all times on any setup effect that has an Insect Glaive, because the weapon will provide you an extra level of earplug. For as long as the effect is active, meaning that you will nullify any weak roar and reduce the effect of a strong roar. It is possible that you can indeed play with a belt that will give you level 2 on earplugs. Game, please. Of which the ones that I would suggest using is the starting effect of the Guardian Sacred, Coil A and Coil B. Coil Alpha comes with earplugs 1 and 1 extra slot. Sacred 2 comes with earplug 1 and an extra jewel slot, which can be used to fit in earplugs into it. I chose to put the earplug 2 inside of my boots because I have Zulu Greaves until I replace them with Gore Magdagala on this setup. That is the bare minimum that I would say that you need to have to really start understanding the Insect Glaive. And then with the Insect Glaive itself, this weapon is a little bit tricky. The way that the game tells you you should use it is not the way that you should actually use it. But let's go over what the game tells you. It tells you about Kinsect combos on your first tutorial, and it tells you about marking in your Kinsect powder. It also tells you about your weapon controls, about your Rising Slash, your Wide Sleep, and your Harvest. Rising Slash is your basic YYY combo. Y3 with use of your instep to create a dodge effect. What that looks like is when you ready your weapon or when you right trigger your weapon. Note that when you right trigger your weapon, you send your Kinsect out to recover an effect for you. You can do this as many times as you take out and put on and sheath the weapon. This is affected by Quick Sheath. It actually also moves you closer towards the enemy. Whenever you ready your weapon in this style, access to your weapon combo will begin first with the differences between focus mode and non-focus mode. Here's what it looks like when you attack using non-focus mode. Here's what it looks like when you use focus mode. When you are focusing down, notice that you're always meant to be inside of focus mode. Notice that when you focus down, your Kinsect will attack in time with you. This is because, much like how it does for your right trigger, hold, where you have the ability to send them to Kinsect Harvest, which you can charge it and it will pull out multiple, and then press V to retrieve it, to bring it back to you. Your Kinsect will deploy and will set out the powder effect that it has ascribed onto it, and it will choose to do so for as long as it has stamina. So, as you can see in the top left here, when the Kinsect is out, it has stamina that is slowly draining. And when this Kinsect is out, at any time that you use B, you will retrieve it after it sets effects, and it will then recover that stamina uses that it has. So, if you want to focus on delivering the effect of the weapon, which for this Kinsect is a paralysis powder, every time the Kinsect attacks the part of the body and leaves this powder effect, you have the ability to activate it using your attacks, and thus have the ability to slowly detonate this powder over time to apply this to the monster. And without reaching the final input of the attack, you can be able to move around with it and thus take advantage of your movement to avoid being hit by the monster. This also applies to the other end step of your attacks, which there is a B combo system, but it's not as long as the Rising / combo, as well as the choice of harvesting using Kinsect Boost, which is a little bit tedious. For the inputs of how they want you to control it, and how I suggest you do it, with always attacking in focus mode, you will need to hold down the trigger of these buttons while also using the claw technique to use these attacks with some level of sophistication. There's also the ability to fire the Kinsect at the enemy, which tells the Kinsect to do the same thing as that target marking. So this gives you access to being able to mark at a distance. And you also notice that when you're holding down right trigger, it will show you what your powder will extract. So understand that for the moving arm of the dummy, this is counted as the monster's head. For any part of the body that is not specifically, I believe, the legs and the hindquarters, it will count for 2, as well as counting for 3. And for anything that is not counted as 1, 2, or 3, it will be counted as a section that, upon receiving it, will give you access to a healing effect. All of this is the basis of your weapon, but do not be fooled. It is actually much more difficult than that. Because alongside this, you also have the vault system and your focus thrust, which is a leaping strike. This is not a focus attack. I repeat, this is not a focus attack. More on that in a second. With charge, which is only possible when you have stocked red extract, you get the ability to make use of the effect system that controls your power pronged dunkster, which is the Rising Spiral Slash. You must charge using B, or for right trigger for those who are mistakenly and crazily using mouse controls. But hey, there are some of them in my audience. I know you're there. You have the ability to access your Descending Slash. And after any attack that uses Descending Slash, once you have extracted all 3 extracts in stock, you have access to Rising Spiral. This in tandem with what your Kinsect does, the combo boost, the Kinsect powder, as well as the extracts, dictates your flow of combat. And this flow of combat is now centered around how you extract that powder, how you apply the powder, and what those extracts do. Red gives you the access to your charge bee. White gives you movement speed and jump height, just like playing self-improvement on the hunting horn. Orange negates knockback while your weapon is drawn, meaning that you'll get knocked back less. Doesn't mean that you can't get put on your ass in midair, and believe you me, you will get put on your ass in midair. Red plus white increases attack, white plus orange increases defense, and red, white, and orange, 1, 2, and 3, will alter your attack combo. It will reduce wind pressure consequence, tremor consequence, and roars, but only as one extra level of earplugs. So if you have no earplugs, you gain earplugs 1. If you have 1 earplug, you gain earplugs 2. If you have 2 earplug, you gain earplug 3. Anything past 3, you are wasting your slot. And then you will have full access to your full movement pattern after you put in the cycle you need to access it, while also further increasing your attack value. Which then gives you a suggestion from the weapon about your basic combo. Please understand that this is just simply here as a starter. What I'm about to teach you is a little bit more advanced. But let's go over it. You've got your basic Y3 combo, which you can end with overhead smash, which then plays into tornado slash. You can mark with your Kinsect powder either at melee or at range, then be able to dive in and dive out of combat by activating it using advanced jumping from vault. And you can be able to vault and effectively live in the sky and truly cosplay as Valko. And you can say to the enemy, no, actually, I prefer the air. And keep doing this for about 5 minutes straight. Some things that are very important for you to notice about this. Notice that I did not cover vaulting before we got to this section. The reason why is this. When you vault and dash and then attack again, you are going to start becoming negative on your recovery for your weapon attack. And eventually, you will either do it in a way that will cause you to hit the ground, or you will end up getting grounded, or, worst case scenario, if you keep playing in the face of the monster where its attack units are, if I can manage to do it. Probably not here on this one. You will get knocked out of the fucking air. Probably won't be able to do it. But you will get knocked out of the air, because you're either going to run out of stamina, or you're going to vault into the direction of an attack of a hurt box that is bigger than your body. You're going to get clipped by it, and you're going to get knocked down. Because notice that on this character, well, actually, no, I don't think anymore on this setup, but before at some point, you will get Jump Master, especially if you choose to use any of the Sacred Bottoms to provide yourself with earplugs before it's time. What you actually need to learn how to do is you need to learn how to play in focus. Because, as I showed you, when you attack using focus mode, you will leech essences off the monster. And each way that you do so means that during your YYY combo, as you can see there on the side, each attack sweep has potential for the Kinsect to bring back multiple extracts at the same time. It can pull out red plus white. It can pull out white plus orange. It can pull out orange plus red. But however it chooses to do it, you should be using this simply because this sends out your Kinsect. And the Kinsect is able to do the thing that it needs to do. Now, assuming that you never deplete, because something I do see people do is I never see them actually fire after Kinsect. If you do choose to use the Kinsect in this way, understand that you want to master sending him out after you have obtained every part of your attack pattern. Because if you go into a strong descender, I do believe it stops the Kensec from firing alongside you. Yes, it does. So you will have to learn how to manage being able to pick what parts you need. Because I understand that most people's assumptions about the Insect Glaive is that you're doing this all the time. But no, you are not actually. What you're doing is something a bit more like this. And what you're going to manage to learn to do is you're going to manage to pick between when it's time to be in the air and when it's time to be on the ground. Because as you can clearly see from the sheer difference, especially as you lose your power prolonger, other trick step, with access to none of your extracts, you will not have a way to gain your powder levels. So before you are powered, you're going to want to get access to those effects. So, in terms of ground combos, Y will let you move both vertically and horizontally. Whereas your leaping for your leap and your dodge slash will only let you move vertically. It will not give you horizontal movement. The only way that you get the horizontal movement is when you're not holding down focus. And in case that you're going to need to dodge out of the way of something, simply normally dodge. For most of the armor that you're going to be wearing, assuming you choose to wear armor that works like this, you should have access to evade window. That means you shouldn't be getting hit when you dodge because you have an increased invulnerability window. You pair this with evade extender and you're dashing and you're diving everywhere you possibly can. If you are a starter, I would suggest you use that for your skills. This is the gameplay loop when you do not have red extract. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. If you do not have red extract, you're going to have to manage using these tools to target out the part that you need so you can be able to extract it. So that then, when you do have it, even more so when you have access to your full combo list, you're going to learn to pair the attacks so that you can then be able to play into your Rising Spiral. And then you'll be taking advantage of your vault attacks to reposition, namely so that you can find time when it's time to land to continue your ground combo. Now let's talk about focus thrust. A little bit closer. There you go. Now, let's talk about focus thrust. Most of the loop of the Insect Glaive lives inside the charge combo, because this charge combo can offset. But as you've noticed, especially considering I whiffed it in the first time, this is going to be a bit more precise. There's a bit of hang time with this weapon and how it wants to do its attack, and it is very hard to land. Just like all offset attacks, it must make contact with the target of the weapon. As such, in playing in a freeform, it'll be very difficult to do so sometimes. You gotta put a little bit of distance between yourself and the monster. The best setup I've thought of is dodge slashing once, then releasing as the attack is coming. Something like this. Because you have to both put in the button input to start this, as well as dodging. Which looks a little bit something closer like this. You hold, you press, then hold and release. Put this all together and possibly do it in time, and it should look something like this. It's actually an offset. This is probably the most time-sensitive part, and the part that works the most off of skill. So, this is not going to be easy for most of you. Should you manage it, you should be able to consistently do this, no matter how you start. But do not feel that because I am not doing it perfectly, that it means you cannot do it either. Because once you do manage, if you're lucky enough, both off of a ground charge or an air charge, you will need to refill your powders again. Now I showed you how it looks like when you're doing it from your ground combo or from your air combo, because it sends your Chemsec out when you're holding down your focus. This is what your wound does. Yes, that is correct. Your wound, unlike the wounds of other people, are going to make you become a damage machine. Because this weapon produces damage. So that means, with your damage cycle, it's going to look something a little bit more like this. Unfortunately, that is the side that did not have a wound. So let's pretend I ended that combo on the other side of the body. That means your combo is going to look something like that. Where your job is to put out as much damage as you can. As you can see, 3.5k, exactly 1 integer off from being 3600 damage. And you're going to keep yourself in a state of air superiority. You are the hunting horn and the great sword of the air. But that doesn't mean you live there. It means you go there for visits. Now let's talk about these air combos. Knowing that, whenever you vault, you need to consider getting in target and in range, doing what the skill needs you to do, and still being able to come down to visit. Because in a state of vault, you can be able to descend with V attack. And if you have red file, you can be able to attack and charge that for a strong ascending thrust. A combo that I like to use is like to use EYB. And the Yabi combo, as it's known for, allows you to be able to go from a state of ground attack and begin holding your attack value for a strong descending. So that if you are able to attack that enemy, you can then be able to come out of the combo, hopefully find the discretion, attack the monster. Assumptively, let's say that I actually jumped in the air and bounced off the monster there. Come out of the combo, hit the enemy, move to the side of its body that it's on, then return to the air of your damage, move back into zone, and work off of a tornado slash leaping slash combo to open the enemy up for punishing, or move out of range to then attempt to offset them if you are able to manage to, and then return to air combat. Namely because the strong descending thrust, as well as the ground descending thrust, has the ability to offset. However, this one will be very, very hard. So do not feel bad, unlike the other weapons, where you have more than enough time to predict. You really don't have that much control. It feels like you do, but you really don't. Instead, consider that your ground combo, on its own, hits very hard. So, preferably, if you can hit the offset, you're focusing on trying to keep up the pressure and possibly be the person responsible for cutting off the body parts when all the other players have not. Assuming that you do hit the offset in that situation, your job, if Carl can actually perform, if Carl can actually perform, if Carl can actually perform, your job is to hit that effect and get off that damage to then loop into either a dodge or loop into a dodge into a tornado and then move into strong descending to dumpster into rising spiral to then use jumping, advancing in midair and jumping to then use focus thrust, leaping slash, or the exceptionally long space of a forward-facing sidestep to close the distance on the creature and continue the pressure alongside your Kinsec. It doesn't matter if you summon it via throwing it out like this, if you summon it via by throwing it out like this, or you summon it by being able to go in midair and mark it like this. Your job is to maintain constant pushing pressure and try what you can to continue to get off these powders. Because if you aren't actually delivering the effect of your horn, or the effect of your, the effect of your Kinsect, or the effect of your weapon, you are failing to do literally half of what your weapon's design is. So, my suggestion is understand and know that on certain attacks, you can be able to bait the offset. Theoretically. It does exist. It sometimes is a meme. But it is possible to set the offset. What you're not really looking to do. What you're looking to do is to use those balloons in the form of those wounds as a tool to get you to your full powered state so that you can be able to dumpster your rising. And in situations where the monster just is not prepared, or it is not viable to do so, use your dodge, and use the follow-up of your Y3 to act as a window to buffer the effect of your attack, so that you can keep up that ground damage. As again, the assumptive damage that you'd be creating from this is large and is meaningful. Especially if you are actually able to use it as intended. Because when you do the rising, your rising slash will actually take up and will return to you the extract of the part you hit when in focus when you hit your aerial. So, in this case, it returns 1 and 2, which means I'm looking to go to the front, hit for 3, but I keep hitting the body, which is producing me the heal. Now I have access to it, and just like that, you're back into combat. So there are multiple levers that you can pull that all take you in the direction of being able to apply the pressure to the monster. So unlike the other demonstration, which I'm going to have to use actively for the Greatsword, the Insect Glaive behaves more like a frequent attack weapon, unlike the Dual Blade, which also is a constant pressure attack style, that instead has you figuring out how you're going to isolate out parts of the body, and to that edge, you are Hajime no Ippo. Or for me, Garujime no Ippo. Your job is to find the part of the body that needs to be focused, and you're going to work that body until it is wounded. Then you're going to move to another part of that body and work that part of the body until it is wounded. And you're going to play off the wounds like you're trying to permanently stay in combat. Staying in air, debatable. Some monsters need to be taken out of the air because they have body parts that need to be broken. One of the best case examples being Arkfeld, Goran Magdagala, Ray Dow, and the like. If this monster likes to live in the air,
Raytheon, Rathalos,
you want that monster on the ground. You are the tool specialist. You are able to do something that no one else can do, and that is to get into the air of the face of the monster when it lives in the sky, and tell him, "Oh no, big fella, the great sword told you to get your ass on the ground. You get your motherfucking ass on the ground, motherfucker." And doing that until the monster is grounded. Then when the monster is grounded, you tell him, "All right, good buddy, I see a lot of balloons around you, big fella. Let me go ahead and tell you what's really good. Let me show you how to samurai this shit. You ain't never seen no skills like this, big boy. You ain't never seen no skills like this, big boy. You ain't never seen no shit like this, big boy. Let me give it to you from the sky. You ain't never seen no shit like this, big boy. Let me give you one of these. Let me give you one of these. Let me give you one of these. I ain't done. Let me get down on the ground and give you one of these. And give you one of these. And give you one of these. And then give you one of these. And then give you one of those. And give you one of those. And then one of those. Oh, you thought you was finna hit me? I moved out the way. Give you one of those. Give you one of those. Give you one of those. Up, I see another wound. Looks like someone's getting popped. Boom, bang, it's all in my heart. This beat goes on and on and on and on and... You get the idea. Does anybody have any questions that they'd like to give? Comments, questions, concerns, before we move on to live demonstrations? Anyone? Anyone at all? Anyone at all? Going once? Going twice? Speak now or forever hold your peace? Okay. Let's get into live examples. That's great talk, single player Carl. I hear the naysayer saying. But what does that actually look like when you get into combat? Obviously this is bad. You're just giving a bunch of theoreticals. I want to see you be actually informed. Don't you worry, big fella. I came prepared for you. Like I said in the presentation, especially on the Greatsword, which now we are going to be going over the example of how to truly understand the focus strike of the Greatsword, there will be times where your offsets, your power clashes, your attacks, and your interrupts, the game will just say no, it's not going to work like that. And unfortunately, that does not change here. There are many times where the game is just going to cheat you. And the honest fact of the matter, and the truth of it is that this is an unfinished, broken game. I'm sorry to tell you, this is an unfinished game. Capcom is nickel and diming you with the kind of features, the set effects, and the breakthroughs that the system allows for and designs. And unfortunately, at this current moment, the game just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. You're going to get dead angled by attacks that you probably shouldn't have. You're going to get fucked over by attacks that you probably shouldn't have. And you're just going to have to learn how to be able to play off of it. But today, my hunting assistant, the Chatacabra, is going to show you what it looks like to be able to put this all into true action. When dealing with your attacks and dealing with your monster, you're going to have to learn to read its tells and play as such. So obviously here we have guards. And as you can see, our good buddy Mr. Chatacabra now has a wound on him. What should we do with this wound, you might think? Nothing for now. Because when you're playing Greatsword, all this is an indicator of how well you're doing. Because when you actually start using wounds, is when this monster starts getting red to filth. Now we have our first power clash. As I told you, the ability to go start with a true or to go into a strong. And we're gonna perfect guard. That was an unfortunate attack. Please do be aware that some of the follow-ups of these monsters can leave you getting comboed out. I don't care what kind of monster it is. And I'm gonna go ahead and whack on him until either one, he has more wounds, or two, I put his ass to sleep. Literally. Unfortunately, we both got paralyzed. And now, he is asleep. And as I showed you, we're going to go ahead and play the simple setup. Remember, Great Sword has Wake Up over Charge Blade. And we're going to continue beating on him and create some more wounds. We're also going to look for ourselves a nice, meaty setup into the outpost. We're going to read in the filth. I believe that's actually an unblockable, now that I think about it. My brain's telling me that that's an unblockable. But in any case, now we have a healthy amount of wounds all over the body of Shadowcabra. Nice dig, boy. And now, we're going to show you how you make use of these. When you're playing the Great Sword, there are other weapons that are like this as well, but when you're playing your Great Sword, these wounds are an opportunity for you to do something really crazy, which is called insect punishing. Whenever the wound system is applied on Red Filth, and there's a case example of, hey, I hit my offset, why didn't you get interrupted? Just accept it. Just accept it. It's gonna happen. Just accept it. It's gonna happen. When dealing with a monster that is covered in wounds, it is possible for a wounding attack to be able to destroy multiple wounds at once. And that causes consequences to the monster, up to and including the monster getting put in its ass, the monster getting knocked out, the monster getting killed, or the monster going through the state of multiple interrupts. So try to see if I can get one on the back hind leg here. If the game will cooperate with me and let me do so. Probably won't. When Mr. Man decides to go for something, you're basically going to think of it as, I have done something to you, you're no longer allowed to move. Because you are more than likely going to put them into a state of movement that it's going to put them on their ass. Because when you wound a monster, you will interrupt the attack they were doing and immediately be given the choice to go into a strong charging or a cheese shard slash. Now when the monster is in a state of knockdown such as this, you need not do anything. But if the monster is attacking or attempt to attack, you use that state of interrupt as a way to control their actions and thus provide yourself opportunities where you're able to counter them. So if he's about to attack you, no he isn't, and you can sit on this and do this as a loop on its own. Oh, look at that. He's asleep again. And as you know, whenever you attack a tempered monster, or any type of monster that has parts that can break off of it, that breaks off and thus creates for you slinger ammo that can be used against them in combat. The reason why I need to demonstrate this on the weapon, unlike on the other weapons, is that the Great Sword, again, is all about call and response gameplay. And, if you choose to use sleep, as I do, your gameplay loop puts a lot of this in your hands, where you can think a lot less and play a lot more. Sir, attack me and stop roaring at me. He is going to run away now. Into the trap, which is going to get him captured. If I can get to my trank bombs on time. Which I did not. Saw me put another trap on top of you. But I did the same mistake again. I'm out. Point being, on the Great Sword, your ability to deal damage to this monster is again not just about controlling the space, but is about controlling the monster itself. If you try to put your faith in the offset system, inside of the power class system, and inside of the reaction system, sometimes, just like what you saw, the game will decide to tell you, actually, we didn't see that, you have to do it again, we were distracted, I promise, I blinked, just show me again, bro. It can suck, especially if you end up losing trank bombs because of it, but at the end of the day, it is better than nothing. It is a nice welcome addition, and it puts a lot more focus and power in the hands of you as a hunter. And using all of these tools together, you can be able to perform on any weapon, but most especially the Great Sword, any way where you are able to take control of that field and get yourself wonderful rewards like these. Or wonderful jewels and pieces and parts for audio weapons like these. Now, that's all the theory, right? Everything that I've told you thus far, chat, this is all theory. This is what you can do. This is what is available. But what does it look like when instead of trying to play, quote, optimal, you're just going off vibes in combat? What does combat vibes play like? What combat vibes can play like, no matter what weapon it is, I will do a demonstration for both Great Sword and Insect Glaive. What non-vibes, or excuse me, what vibes gameplay, where you're not concerned about doing what you consider optimal, but just simply playing the game as intended, and trying to remember this information, and apply it, will look something like what I'm about to show you. For this, we're going to now take a demonstration, and use the Insect Glaive. This is me not playing for optimality, but simply playing to punish the enemy as best as I possibly can. You should be capable of performing something like this. Lord have mercy, it did not let me charge in the air. And I was not allowed to dodge there either. I'm a stripper dancing out on my pole. Get back here, slave! No one said you could run! It should look a lot like that. Notice that I didn't necessarily go for any opportunities and openings in which to punish onto offsets. I just simply played as intended. This is what your gameplay should be able to look like if you make use of any of the information that I just gave in this impromptu introductory course. It is not hard. It is easy to use. Anyone can do it. Anyone can perform it. And without even needing to put extra damage to the man, go ahead and put this man on a poster, because this chicken is cooked. And the timer said, let me hear it, game. 3 minutes, 99 seconds, and 68 milliseconds. Is there a better example? Is there any better example that I could give you? I know what you want. I know what you want, naysayers that aren't even saying anything. I know. But that was a geeky monster. Why don't you use it on your real monster? I heard you. Say no more, champ. I got you. I got you. First, take a nice little restock. And I'm going to turn to my assistant, the Pocket Jew. And I'm going to show you how to use this on one of the monsters you're probably grinding on right now. Arkveld, let's go. Me, you, Area 10. Make it lacky, make it snappy. Again, using both the Insect Glaive and the Great Sword. Your gameplay is going to look something like this. Let's watch. And for this, I'm not going to hold myself back with anything here. So I'm going to throw on my handy dandy Corrupted Mantle. Which I probably should not be throwing on until I'm closer to the monster. And we're going to get in that ass. Grounded. There's the eventual knockdown that I told you would happen to you players. Unfortunate. Fortunately, I don't have a slinger here, so I probably don't get out. And this is where most people get comboed out. Sir, I said change weapon. Thank you. Normally at the point in which I'm doing an Arkveld hunt this setup, I would usually change to the Great Sword after the tail has been taken off, and then change intermittently based on whichever weapon I believe will have better access to attack him. That should have actually been an offset. He actually whiffed me there. I was not prepared. No attacking for you. Unfortunate. Moved his face. Now it's just a little bit not directly on top of him for it to connect. This is another grapple. This time we have the slinger to break. And he's taking his ass to sleep. That's not what I wanted true charged. He's gonna run again. Sharpening in between movement. For funsies, let's disappear from his sight. Never mind, he vine trapped himself. Left chain blade. He angry. Unfortunate. I was not prepared for the proper follow-up. Good. That one didn't lick. Sometimes it is not easy to predict when he chooses to go for the little head dash attacks. Right, Chain Blade? Roar again? That should be a scene transition. That is in fact a scene transition. And because I've broken all the parts of his body that I care about, I'm going to change back to the glaive now. Unfortunate. Ah. The stagger was not enough before I got the trap off. So. Let's go ahead and stick in the second unit here. take a half step forward. And done and dusted. I think I can say that nothing about what I said, nothing about the lessons that I applied, and nothing about the demonstration that you have in front of you can be said was, quote, hard. Play towards what the weapon wants out of you. Apply your knowledge to the battlefield. Work with what's in your environment. Use your tools correctly, and you will benefit, profit, and improve. Small improvements over time is the goal. The entire point of this guide, of course, is not to make you an instant expert. But what it is meant to do is not even to give you an encyclopedic knowledge, but to get you to competency. You want to hone your skill so that you can gain mastery through applied competency. Know what you're doing. By all means, play the game how you want. I'm not telling you that you can't do what you want. This is not about trying to control you to do what you want to do. Please do not attempt to make those accusations. I beat the allegations. Be blessed, beloveds. This is about you as a Type A or Type B or Type C user. Namely, the Type A's and B's. The people who ran out with no idea what to do. And now you've hit a wall and you're saying the game is dead, the game is boring, nothing else to do. This is to give you the stepping stones on which to apply yourself with the best amount of knowledge available, and that I can share from those that I've learned from, as well as having discovered and applied myself in isolation, so that you can take it into your laboratory, and you can figure out what you are cooking. It is to apply what I am calling the Carl Menzer method, implied and learned from bodybuilding expert Mike Menzer, God bless his soul. I want you to go into this game like an educated, aware, and intelligent hunter. And I want you to apply the tools of your hunt to your gameplay and to then give that knowledge to another hunter so they too may engage with the Mike Menzer method. I want you to be able to apply what you are learning, take the information, no matter how stupid or how small or how trivial or how monumental, how game-changing, how game-breaking, and how eye-opening it is, and apply these tools to your gameplay so that you can repeat and replicate what you just saw on screen. Do not tell me that it is hard. Do not tell me that it is impossible. Because if I can do it, you can do it. Which means that if you can do it, I can do it. Do you really want to be beaten out by this black-faced gremlin in front of you, who speaks in Coonish tongues? No. You are indeed better than a streamer. You can indeed be smarter than a 5th grader, and you can indeed be faster than an Arkveld. Does anybody have any comments, questions, and concerns that they would like to apply now that we have reached the end of the presentation? Anything at all, no matter how big, no matter how small, any questions whatsoever that a person wants to be able to apply that they just witnessed and or don't think that they have had answered, even if it doesn't necessarily apply to the weapons that were covered today. Something about the fundamentals of how to apply them. Anything at all. Yes, no, maybe so, going once, going twice, going thrice, fried rice. If not, and on that point, I will thank each and every one of you for attending, and each and every one of you for giving your eyes and attention. I am Single Player Carl. You can find me anywhere where Carl and Carl appliances can be sold, and anywhere where Carl and Carl accessories can be seen. I stream on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, X, Twitter/X, Kick, and other places where my output can be seen, and I indeed do post occasionally to Reddit. I am not a Redditor, but I occasionally post to Reddit. If my information has helped you in any case in the future, please come into the stream and chat wherever you can find this recording and tell me if this has made a change to you as so. And if you had so, please tell you that the Carl sent you. If at any point in time you are interested in anything that we do here and anything that my audience has to say and do, please consider becoming a member of the Carlists. Fight for your denomination and become a herald of the one true Carl. And if this information has helped you and you see me out in the field, do not be afraid to send me your information I am more than happy to meet people who have been touched by something that I have produced. And with that being said, I bring this guide to a close. Thank you, everybody, and have a good night. Now for the gameplay. Much better. Much better recording. Much better recording, chat. Much better recording. And now, back to the grind, which I have been granted a temporary reprieve. I'm still not playing with ranged weapons yet. That could probably go crazy. My lips are dry! Cough. Alright. Super good. Super good. How many more of these chain blades do I need to actually acquire? Please let the number be under 12 now. Nope. Nope. It's like another 9? 11. Well, I did say under 12, so. And I am now being forced to go back to the old bunny trail. 31 minutes left on the buff. Black man, did you come back with new materials? Yes, you did. I'm surprised that nobody in chat actually had questions that they wanted to ask. Or maybe everyone was just didn't want to supposedly distract me or whatever. Who knows? Alright, what do we have here? We've got Basin. Help research monster bounties. Five quests. 3 quests in Basin. Fanged Beast monsters. And tempered monsters. Does Arkfeld count as a Fanged Beast? Flying Wyvern. Fanged Beast. Bonanga. Wyvern. Construct. Leviathan. Cephalopod, Construct, Wyvern, Bird. So, Fanged, Brute, Temosurian, Fanged, Flying, Brute, Leviathan, Cephalopod, Construct. Okay, not that many choices on Fanged. Pain. Let's just start knocking that out now. Nata. Where's my paper, boy? Came back with my paper. Yeah, you better get my paper, boy. You better have my paper. And we're right back in that ass. Not that ass. That ass. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Itchy. And since we're done with this, we can close this down here. Okay. Human, sure, you did not see me. You saw nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. There you go, buddy. There you go. There you go. And I'm gonna just go ahead and get underneath you. I'm gonna do one of these. And I'm in the ass. Ow. Dang. All this because I'm trying to get fucking Extract 2 off of you. Lord have mercy. Oh, do 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 do. Oh, do 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 do. Ouch. That's what I get for landing on the ground. Come on. Thank you. You go straight derpy. If only there was a make my palico come to me button. Of course not. Ding dong, ding dong. Two gems. Not one, two gems. Punishing, poison, artillery, attack. Charge, and up. Slowly approaching HR 100. Ah, fucky. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. got a few information. Hunter profile is probably what I was looking for. Okay. Aha. He too also is like me. Okay. He does have X-Vade extender. 2 pieces of gore to activate antivirus. Seems good. Still check these sound settings before I start using them. Automatically switches to quest member voice when starting a quest and member voice chat returning from a quest. Swings to member voice chat when joining a link party regardless of quest status. Okay. Only now did I discover that I could be able to link travel to those goddamn food offerings. I feel so stupid. I feel so stupid. So we decide where you the chest at. Huh. 'Sorry that you couldn't respond before I was in the middle of the game of Getaway in Fortnite. Wilds looks amazing. No, it's okay. You did, unfortunately, miss the guide recording, so if you had any burning questions about Great Sword, Hunting Horn, or Insect Glaive that you wanted done, as well as any questions after the live demonstrations of application, you did miss out on that, but it's completely fine water. Personally, I don't think that Wilds at this current state in time can truly be considered Game of the Year content. Simply because I feel that its current state of existence, why can I not target this? At its current state of existence is missing a lot of material that would qualify it for Game of the Year. It feels like in many places that it is half finished. Because it is missing things in that condition that makes it feel half finished, it makes a lot of the gameplay loop feel not nice in places where it should play through normal as such. So that's like a quality that I find to be very, very temperamental with my gameplay loop. Because I do not like when the game does not function as I imagine that it should, and that any other game in any other place in the market clearly would behave. Namely, right now, that problem best exists with offset attacks and power clashes, as well as responsibility. I love when wars knock you down. I love when wars knock me down. And off the cliff I go. Well, just a little bit of some handsome Squidward falling. Is he following me? Yes, he's following me. That was not in the right place to fall. And knocked out of the front of the screen. My core string. Come on. Get your ass over here.
追加の支給品です。セクレットポーチのご確認を。
Shame Blade. I feel like that should have been an interrupt. And I literally sit here and wait and twiddle my fucking thumbs. See those jewels. Burbage. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. I'm getting my ass jumped. Get away from me, motherfucker. I'm getting my ass jumped. Oh my god. Oh, I was about to get my ass jumped. Still can, because there's Quantum Rice next to me. I was gonna get my ass jumped. 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 I was gonna get my ass jumped. When I get my ass jumped. It still might happen. Now the Quantum Rice chase me. Motherfucker, don't leave me alone. Oh, I'm running home. Every time. Just hang around them for 10 seconds and all of a sudden it's like, get off my lawn. Every time. Can I go pull out the map for directions, please? Let a nigga look at a map. All I want to do is look at a map. You know we don't know nothing about no topography. Damn. Always mad at me. Ah. Was that the last of mine? No. It was probably the last of the non-tempered. And just before I forget, I'm putting that one in because that was a lot of jewels to get. Anything that gives me an access source to get that many jewels is going inside the copy. Guaranteed. Because now I can only be looking at the high tier ones, not the bottom tier ones. This is Hunter 1. This is Hunter 2. Well, I'm already at the full fucking maximum. Goddamn! How many did it say that I had left now? Enough for the Arc Vulcan. Arc Vulcan B, open levels on there as well. Should have exactly enough to craft those pieces, but I know that I'm still missing more. I'm probably missing 7? 8. I was off by 1. If I played perfectly, that's another 4 hunts. But that's if I break both parts on both sides in all 4 attempts.
気になるものはある？こっちの準備はできさてと完璧。My phone is going to die if it keeps running the stream on the side. It's the unfortunate nature of YouTube running your cell phone. Any application running forever will actually kill the phone's memory, or actually, yeah, phone's battery. And for some reason, my phone doesn't like staying on YouTube for long. It automatically starts randomly closing it out. I just need to bring the charger from over there to over here, which technically I should do now, but you know, lazy. This is Vulcan's body. じゃあ作ろうか。さて完璧。じゃあ作ろうか。さて完璧。いい選択だね。
Alright. I need to require the boots, because now I would lose access to antivirus if it were for the fact that I have antivirus in Amulet. But I will have to say goodbye to level 2 of 8 window. It's been good while we had you. Continually attack versus vitality when destroying wound on a large monster.
We go here. Nice and flowy. Now, chain here. Bring back maximum light here. Constitution there. Burst there. Part breaker there. Antivirus there. Antivirus 3 will be inactive once I have the bottom pieces on. Right now it's activated with these pieces. Which puts into effect hunger and puts into effect tyranny. Okay. This is fine. Is there a setup that I would like with different jewels? Do I even have the ability to go different jewels? I have to reconsider how I feel about Adrenaline Rush. Because that's a lot of attack plus. But I also feel like I should reevaluate how I feel about weakness now that I have more body sockets. Hit something that looks like this. Because I would also just like Agitator as well. I think with this particular setup, Agitator would probably be better. Yeah. Then you retain the Mighty Ear. And Destroyer as well. Earplugs and adaptability. With a little bit of physique. And that's okay. I feel better about that. And then I can change out antivirus, or excuse me, part breaker for anything. Once I've gotten the rest of these goddamn parts out of Arkfeld. What do we got here? Nothing. Pockajou, getting investigation to do fool. Of course, it should be 3, right? It is. On your back. I didn't fucking know. Jeez, you don't get your ass over here. That's not gonna hit. Never mind. You walk the line side of it on the other end. Okay, I am noticing my health go up as I'm beating on his ass. Ouch. Let's we'll just follow him.
Dash, 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 dash. Bring your ass, Negro. Bring your ass, Negro. I'm a stripper on a pole, taking you for a ride. You ain't leaving here without giving me that tail, boy. Ah, fuck. Right. Please give me some crit. Frost, Dragon, Growth, Another Burst, Mushroomancer, again. Razor Sharp, Speed Sharpening, Slugger, Guard Up, Water, fuck me. Whose dick do I gotta suck to get me some fucking pin in the form of some goddamn critical? I want critical boost. Give me critical boost. It's unfair. I'm being cheated. I'm being not allowed to play the game the way that I want. I want to use those skills. Ooh. New event quest. Did I ever do stocking supper? I don't think I did. Because this is the meaning of Fiat tickets. And I might as well make it while I have it. And I don't think I ever did the other event quest. It's already gone? Question mark? You are the wrong one. It is you. Stalking supper. Okay, so it's already gone. Oh well. Let's stalking supper give. But I'm try this. Oh yeah, that was the one that gave all the Kunafa things. Yeah, I meant to play that, but apparently I did not do it in time because it's just gone. Which means that is misinformation from them. Cringe. Oh wow. Hopefully there'll be more like that in the future. Perhaps the tongue-tied quest is like that. Because I would love to have more food stuff. There you go, sir. Okay, hards. Hards and advanced. I mean, it's okay. It's a way to start getting tempered shit. Just like this is a way to get the Bimifia. But that's not actually good for what I need. At least I got the Bimifia item. I am a black man, do 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 do. I am a black man, do 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 do. I am a black man. Oh, I am a black man. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Which one did I use? Oh, I did use this one. I'm dumb. I'm very dumb. I'm very, very dumb. I'm so stupid, chap. Once I finish, I would like to eat my second hoagie. And I'm a zipper, and I'm dancing on your back. Woo! Face. Down you go. Oh, in my shit. He's running from me. Wah, 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 wah. Bang, 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 wah, wah. Bang, 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 wah, wah. Get up the goddamn ladder, thank you. Walk, 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 walk. Unfortunate. I don't know why that puts me in a hurt box. If I'm underneath him, I should not be in a hurt box. That was also a roll. And that should have been invulnerable. I should just accept that that attack is not offsettable. And if it is upsettable, not acceptable on porn. Or play, I mean. This again, just stuck in the air. Bitch. You're flying all the way to the other side. If you're flying, I'm healing. Give me your other chain blade. Do not resist me. Give me your arm so I can make a giant weapon out your body parts and wear it like a social contagion. Eight out of 12. Another 4 dice. Recovery frames. There's literally no reason for me to carve you. There's literally no reason for me to carve you. I thought it was almost done, but I'm fucking not. Still stuck killing this bitch because I am in the spot. Still stuck killing him with 94 more pieces of your arms and out for sure. Na 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 na. Blah 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 blah. Yay. Na 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 na. Run. Thank you. Multiple times I've got him not running when I put in the input for him to run. And multiple times running when I didn't put in the input to run. Even now that I've changed the settings that the sacred should be on manual. Put the weapon away. There you go now. It's going down, down, and down. Sugar is going down, swinging. I'm gonna take that as for sure. Give me your arm, bitch. A little bit of a Hands Twins are fall, and then I break them back in some coral. Yeah, I would too also be stunned after taking a hit like that. That's also should still not be a slam. But I'm not in a place that's conducive to living. As can really be seen by the fact that he immediately healed me and I'm still getting fucked. In the butt even. That also was a KO. Get me out of this fucking damage corridor. allowed to roll. Follow-up blades. So I can't grab that even though the window says that's there. That kind of confirms something I already knew. To your left. It is offsettable! It is offsettable. I tell you fucking what, it does not feel like it's real. Literally no reason to ever card you. But you've already captured your gun, so it doesn't even matter. 100! What did I get for my jewels? Garbage! Garbage! Cause I already have it. I'm mad. I'm mad, 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 I'm mad. I am mad, I'm 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 mad. I am mad. I'm mad. I'm mad. I am mad. I am mad, 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 I'm mad, I'm mad, seething mad, I'm mad, seething mad, I'm still mad, I'm mad, seething mad, I'm mad. Bakaju, my quest. When are we done with this hunt? I want to be out of here! Do not want to be brought back into the building! Technically, I need to do this before I do that. And hopefully I will not have one. If I'm being serious, it appears that I'm running low on flashes. If I'm being serious, I probably still have to put him back on the rotation, only because he is now going to be sourced for the hunting list 3, but I don't care outside of that. I just want to be done. I want to be out of the building, Miss Piggy. I want to be out of this building. I don't want to be here anymore. I've done everything I can. I don't want to do it, Miss Piggy. I really don't. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Now I got locked done pods. Fuck. I suppose I need to convert them into large while I'm inside the menu. Bitterbug's gonna be a different problem though. Gonna have to reclaim the bitterbugs. I still don't use demon drugs all that much, but I have more than enough seeds that I cannot justify not having a stockpile. I'll do 10 there. This is fine.
That's fine too. This is fine too, technically. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Unfortunate. Motherfucker, how many times am I going to tumble? Ding, ding. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. I'm a stripper dancing on a board. Flip, 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 boom. One. Whee!
learned my lesson the first time. I'm not instantly doing it to you. Every time, even though I try to prepare that, I always fuck up the timing. Okay, I don't know why you jumped up there to get away from me. For fun, I'm going to shove this, hoping that I pull off a gem. Nope. Deflection time. Example of why I leave a pallet behind affecting me.
Oh, long way. Just give me your left. Where is it, your left? No, it is your right. Always helps to check, chat. I rolled into that. God damn it, your head's in the way. Fuck! Don't want your head. Do not drop the stalactite on his head, that will kill him. Position. I rolled that. I just randomly lost part of my HP and the bus probably ran out. to be an echo effect on that. Should have went on the Nazgul one too. Fortunate. I didn't want to do another one. Satch. I didn't want to do another one. Didn't want to do another one. No sandwich for Carl yet. I don't get my second sandwich until I take his other barn piece. Son of a excavating bulldog. That's not an arc field. Navios, Raytheon, Baganga, and Rhyme Chain. Rathalos. Ain't nobody gonna feed me. Fine, I'll feed myself. Ding bong ding ding bong ding bong ding 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 bong ding 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 bong ding ding bong ding 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 bong ding ding bong. Where is it?
Ugh. Am I blind? I am blind. I don't remember him being there before. Why did he change his spawn point from 9? Or rather, technically 10. Whatever. Not a big deal. Here I come with my cape of flow. I'm gonna break in your house, you ho. And then I'm gonna take your arm. Then I'm gonna take your leg. Make you sign for 18 inches down. Pain. Do a little closer on this edge. There you go, good buddy. Come on. A little closer. A little closer. There you go. Hard to move your hand! Bring that tip back here! You're literally getting hit because you trying to hit the tip. Captain. I have been killed. And that's because I went for the offset. Risky deeds that get me killed. Risky deeds that get me killed. Risky deeds that get me killed. Risky deeds and they get me killed. Yeah, risky deeds, yeah, they get me killed. Run, 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 flash. And interrupted. Literally punished for not having earplugs free. Longest mountain in the longest ever. Horse, stop being stupid. Oh, I love being tangled on the dunes! That was actually an offset. Whatever, game. Room. I'm allowed to leave. I can leave the building. Give me your tip. Oh, the tail.
Tail. You, tail. Tail. Get off, set it down. Yes, off, set it down. I had to turn the camera. How I'm safe from that, I don't understand. Silly. It's so silly, it's so fucking stupid, it's so stupid, it's so silly, but it's so stupid, it's so silly, but it's so fucking stupid. Which one of you broke? I don't even fucking remember. And it's also hard to tell. I guess it was left. That's on me. That recovery time. I love getting fucked because of the dunes. Hello? Lock on to the goddamn... When I zoom all the way out, the map should function like the hide all function is on so that we can see the goddamn fast travels. That is so annoying. That has happened more than 10 times. KKK, not today! Bad wind up. Killed because of the bad wind up. My own fault.
Stop pressing buttons, Carl. Stop pressing buttons, Carl. Stop pressing buttons, Carl. Stop pressing buttons, Carl. You could have ended the fight right there if you had gotten right under them. But then look at you. Look at you, boy. Look at you. He done got right past you. Ramos, right over your head. I did not want that mantle. I wanted Gilly mantle. Specifically so I could do this. I'm free! I'm free! I'm free! I can finally eat my sandwich! I'm finally free! I'm free to eat my sandwich and I don't have to farm this guy no more! God damn! Care less about the goddamn money. All I want is the goddamn concept. Fuck, give a fuck about the money. Just need the concept. Gemma, give me my equipment. Give me my equipment, Gemma. Where is it? Where's the rest of it? Zahn and Galahad, Lemrak, and Coil. Lemrak, Zahn and Galahad. Hunter Simple 3. And then I need another few hundreds of all that. Okay. And Coil. 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 Right now. Okay. Right now, right now, right now. I'm beating your ass somehow. I'm gonna get in your shit. Gonna bite off your dick. Right out, right out. Right out, right out. Right out, right out, right out. Mine, mine. Right out, right out, right out, right out, right out. Right out. All right. Sandwich time. For the purpose of what I need to do here, I can actually turn off the stream so I give myself less to work with. Whether or not I go back live is another question, but I have extra things to farm. So for everybody here, I will see you all at another time. And if I go back live at any point between now and Thursday for the versus chat, it is going to be me grinding. Pip pip cheerio!